Try to remember to do that. Up now. For on, it's up. I
North Smithfield Town Council meeting, March 20th, 2023. Madam Clerk, can you give us a prayer and a pledge, please?
Thank you for bringing us together today in a spirit of generosity. May we honor one another by keeping an open mind. May we voice our truth and listen with an open heart. May we discern your will to unite in fruitful outcome. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call.
Mr. Beauregard?
Here.
Ms. Hamilton?
Here.
Mrs. O'Hara? Mr. Ogier?
Here.
Ms. Alves?
Here. Item 3, open forum. Brian Murray, please. Hi.
Hi. Sorry about that. Members of the council, thank you for...
I'm sorry, Brian, could you just state your name and your address, please?
Brian Murray, 9 Patricia Ave.
Thank you.
Sorry. Members of the council, thank you for taking the time to listen to me tonight. To the members listening tonight and online, I'm Brian Murray. You may have said or read that I'm crazy, illogical, not a real person, or even a chicken for not showing up to these meetings before. I have moved heaven and earth to be at this one, that's for sure. I'm sure you've heard rumors by now about what happened on Friday, March 10th, and why I'm up here tonight. If you have not, I'll be happy to provide you the actions of one current sitting member of this very council and what they have done. Mr. Ozowski has recently said, and I quote, "We live in a great place with people who value and support it in the best way they know how." Now, I bring this up even though I may not agree with him on everything, but I do on this portion, and I'm sure most of you agree as well. Do you agree that the First Amendment is vital to a healthy democracy and helping a town grow? Would you also agree that if someone who tries to stifle certain rights is a threat to democracy? How would you feel if a resident from the town tried to do that to you? What happened if that happened to you at your place of employment? I take this question one step further. What if that person was a sitting member of this council who used their friends, quite possibly in the state police, to get your boss's phone number to try and bully and intimidate them, to intimidate and bully and silence you at your place of employment? Mr. Beauregard has done just that on Friday, March 10th. You can see that as I stand here before you, those tactics did not work. Is this really his best way he values and supports the town and residents? I think you can all agree, well, almost all of you, that this was a severe overstep, an invasion of privacy, perversion by him, infringing on my rights and liberties that are given to each and every single person. How many boundary lines had he crossed with this latest act? According to the town charter, in Article 4, Section 9, Subsection 5, under emergency measures, this action by him affected my peace, safety, comfort, and welfare as a resident of this town. So I come before you asking for help in regards to this matter. Someone threatening to ruin my livelihood, my safety, my family's well-being, as well as my own, should hold no power in this town or anywhere. It was an act by a coward in retaliation to the facts I had spoke of. Someone who has sworn to serve and protect being the key word here. The citizens of the state and town who have shown no moral high ground time and time again. Someone who has repeatedly attacked me online, to include various protected communities that I am a part of. Someone who has told me that I do not belong in this great town where many of us have spent countless hours, blood, maybe even a few tears and sweat for this town. There are many more insults he has thrown my way, but that's for a different time. All I've asked from him before today was to respond to a couple of emails, to debate me in public on those issues mentioned in the emails, and for a couple of apologies. I shall add one more asking of an apology from him. I actually changed my mind. I demand an apology from him instead, in front of everyone right now, with a promise that he stop his bullying and intimidation, as well as the ones from his self-appointed pit bulls, their words, not mine, on the members of this town, my friends, my family, and myself. If it continues, or if anything happens to my family, friends, myself, or my property after this point in time, I'll hold him personally responsible. Thank you to the members of the town who have helped me get here tonight to stand up to bullies, as this should be a zero-tolerance item, as well as a few others. Thank you to the council members who have reached out to me personally on this already and previous situation involving his behavior. It shows that you do value and support the town to the best of your abilities, just like how I quoted Mr. Ozowski earlier. Thank you.
Excuse me, but I don't even know what you're talking about, to be quite honest. I don't read and go on the website for anything, and I'm sitting here. You seem disturbed, but from the bottom of my heart, I really am unaware of this attack.
Mr. Beauregard, on Friday, March 10th, he called my boss at my place of employment to try to silence me, try to make my First Amendment go away, essentially, on facts that he does not like. It was a complete retaliation. Bullying tactics at a place of employment should not happen. Does that answer your question?
Well, that's the general, but what led to this? Something back and forth?
Yes, there has been ongoing back and forth. I will not say that I am pure or a saint, but he has crossed too many boundaries with attacking me at my place of employment.
Well, I'll try to find out more specifics, because they are, well, you're saying freedom of speech, et cetera, I understand that, but it's specifics that you have to know what is involved here. And I'll try to get some copies of whatever, I will. And I think you can understand, if I don't know the banter that went back and forth, I couldn't comment on it.
I completely understand, and I'm sorry that you have been left out. But yes, definitely ask a fellow council member. They should be able to fill you in on exactly what happened that day.
Thank you.
Mr. Murray, I can't speak for the council, but I will apologize for anything that has happened to you or your family. And thank you.
Thank you. You have already done that in previous situations, as well as Councilwoman Hamilton as well.
Anyone else for open forum? Okay, next one, sorry.
Mike Clifford, 489 Black Plain Road. I just would like to ask that at some point, again, I'll repeat what I've been asking every month. Would the council please consider bringing back Studio Major to present those plans, to enlighten you as to what was involved in those plans? You're making decisions, and 3 of you weren't even on board at the time those plans were approved. Aside from that, I'd also like to ask and add to the list of suggestions that you actually sit down and have the finance director go over with you all of the funds that have spent from Fund 51, which is the account for the bond money for the Kendall Dean and the Bushy School. I sent for contracts today from Secosha and Tecton and asked for any contracts or amendments, and I got 3 from each vendor, with 3 contracts from Secosha, 3 from Tecton, and the numbers don't match up with what was on the, this is a fund balance that was given to me by the previous finance director, and I believe it was as of June 30th, 2022, at which time we had a balance of $1,261,000. The memo you got last month, which I asked for filed an APRA request for from the finance director, shows $1,062,000 was left. And when you add up the contracts that are there, for instance, Mr. Secosha was paid on this sheet a total of $199,000. The 3 contracts that I was sent don't add up to that amount at all. They add up to roughly, I'll say 140, possibly. So I don't know how we're exceeding the contracts. We're paying money for studies. You paid at least 3 vendors, 3 different architects, for a space needs study for the police department. I don't know how many we have to pay for it and why we have to keep doing this, but maybe it'd be a good exercise for the council to go through this list and see exactly what was spent to what vendor and what the purpose of it was, because I find it outrageous. That project, 333, I believe it was, yeah, $3,316,1900 went to Carlson. That contract was for $3,018,000. So there's a little bit of an overage on the contract here. And then when I looked at this memo and saw that, oh, we still have these outstanding encumbrances, including paving the parking lot at this building, which I thought was in the bid specs when this contract was awarded, that tells me that this project was way over budget. So before you go over and, approve another building for this board to oversee, could we please look at how the money has been spent and how fiscally responsible we were? Did we repeat services over and over? And did we live within the budgets? Because I don't believe we did. Thank you.
Anyone else open forum? Next is executive session. We're only going to do 1 and 2 for right now. We're going to move the rest to the end of the agenda just for to save some time. So A, discussion by council vote or other action pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A2, sessions pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation, or work sessions pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation or potential litigation. A, Donna Rovedo versus Town of North Smithfield, discrimination 1-22-CV00367 JJMPAS. North Smithfield Town Council in its capacity as Town Council and the Water Commissioner for the Slatersville Water System, potential litigation. I'd like to, a motion for executive session, please.
I'll make a motion that we go into executive session.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
seat went up. I think I raised the seat.
All set, Caesar? Okay. Joanne, all set?
I'll make a motion that we come out of executive session. Let the record reflect that no votes were taken and to seal the minutes. And this only pertains to items 1 and 2 under executive session. Part A.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. All right, so we don't have to do anything with 5, right? Okay, so now down to the next agenda item, discussion by council vote or other action on payment of bills. Does anyone have any questions on the bills presented in the packet?
I just had one. Hometown Auto vendor number 13298 for $13,119. Says an insurance claim. It's, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4th page. You see it?
Yeah.
This should have been one that we've already been reimbursed for. We don't have full details on it, but we can always get it to you at some point. But this should have been something that we've already been reimbursed for, this insurance claim.
Okay, so this is, so this should be removed from this list, is that what you're saying, or? No?
No, no.
So I guess I just don't understand the reimbursement. What, was it for a vehicle that we own? Was it a police vehicle or DPW vehicle, or was it, do we have any detail on that?
I don't have a department vehicle, but it was for a vehicle, yeah.
So,
Is it possible to pull the invoice number to find out what it was related to? I'm assuming there must be an insurance claim number or something referenced.
Do you have access to that right now? We don't have the hard copy at the moment, but it can be provided at a later time.
okay.
Do you want to take it out of the bill payment for now?
Well, I hate to do that if it's something that's legitimately needs to be paid, you know what I mean? I don't want to do that if it's a small business owner. I don't want to penalize them for something that, you know, we're unsure of. Well, okay, do you think you can get us some information?
Yeah, Jerry Ann is saying it's from police. She's
just don't know which vehicle.
right. The description on the invoice itself doesn't have enough detail at the moment.
Okay.
The individual who had created it isn't here for us to pull it from,
Okay.
but we can always get it to you later if you want
Yeah,
even
that
more
would be
detail.
great. I don't want
Sure.
to hold up the payment because I know it's a small business owner, but I do want
Yeah.
to make sure we know. We could have better descriptions possibly in the descriptions.
So I actually have a question related to that. So there's a couple accounts here where I was using the P&L as a crosswalk back to figure out what accounts these were. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I assume that 101, it looks like, is general fund, And then for the police, it was 4211. There's a few accounts on here where I could not even, like that example, the 13,000 for the insurance claim, there is no department number associated with it. And then there's also some accounts that I can't even figure out what accounts they trace back to.
So that one is a balance sheet account. That's a liability account. So
Okay.
when the money comes in from the insurance company, we put it there and then we pay the bills out of it.
So it's just a clearing.
Right. It sounds
Exactly.
like. Is it possible to get a list of those accounts so that when we look through these again, we can kind of,
Sure.
yeah, that'd be
Yes.
great, thanks.
That'd be great, thank you. Okay, that's the only question I had.
I actually had a couple of questions. So the, the 5 desktop computers, is that coming out of capital?
That's coming out of the computer equipment line under IT. We budgeted 5 to replace 5 every year.
Okay. All right. And then just 2 more questions. So on Melinda Brilliard for e-finance professional services, what are those 2 payments?
E-finance is a new program that we're using. These are folks that came in from Cumberland who've had a few years' experience with it, and they're helping us, they're assisting us with e-financing the process.
So when you say e-financing, it's paying by credit card?
Well, it can be,
But-
e-finance is
Anything.
the new Phoenix.
Oh, through the, oh, I see, okay.
So there's been a lot of training that has to go on with that, and actual hands-on.
Okay.
So that would be the same thing for Sarah Clary?
Yes.
Okay.
Cumberland was gracious enough to lend us 2 of their employees.
So is that the end of that? Are we done training, or?
I believe at this point, well, they came twice, so there's 1 more.
Oh, there's already 2 on here, so there's another
Yeah.
one? So they
Yes.
came 3 times?
More than that.
Oh, it's the same person 2 times each.
Oh, yeah, 2, yeah, but different things.
No, I'm sorry, that's the total. That they were both here twice. Melinda and, what was it, what was the other lady's name? Sarah,
So they each came twice, that's it?
that's
We're
correct.
done?
Yes.
All right. Anyone else have any more questions on the payment of bills? Anyone like to make a motion to approve the payment of bills?
I'll make a motion that we approve the payment of bills, $4,951,727.62.
That's a motion, is there a second?
Second?
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara?
Yes.
Mr. Ogier?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Yes. Discussion by council vote or other action on consent agenda. All items listed in this section are considered one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless the council so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda. Town council minutes from February 21st, March 6th, and March 9th. Communications from Animal Control Monthly Report for February 2023. North Smithfield Police Department Monthly Report for February 2023. The North Smithfield Municipal Court Monthly Report for February 2023, and the profit and loss for 2022-23. Would anyone like to remove any of these items?
I'd like to remove the profit and loss report for 2022, 2023.
Okay. I'd like to remove the minutes of the 21st. Anyone else? Go ahead, did you want to?
Oh, make a motion to,
Make a
Approve
motion
that.
to accept all the other items on the consent agenda, please.
I'll make a motion to accept all the other items on the consent agenda.
Second?
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad?
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara?
Yes.
Mr. Ogier?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Yes. Mr. Ogier, did you want to?
Yeah, so I just had a couple quick questions. So the first is, I think I know the answer to this, but I just want to confirm. When was this run as of? Is this like the day you ran this, like
This
for the
is
meeting?
December 31st
Okay,
of 2022.
all right. And then my other question is, well, maybe there's 2 questions here. So the other question I had was, is it possible to get a year-to-year comparison? So like a trailing 3 years
This is the first year in this software, and they did not bring over our prior. So I would have to give you a separate report from the old system.
How would you match them up? So
Okay.
you wouldn't be able to match the GL.
So you can't match
codes.
it.
No.
So, okay.
And even still, even if you did, we'd only have 2 years that match, because before that, we had a different chart of accounts.
Yeah, I remember going out through this, yeah.
Okay. So I guess my third question of, there's a lot of accounts here where it doesn't look like we've spent any money so far, and I'm assuming some of that is for the end of the year. But is there any way to get a list of accounts where, I guess, in the last year you had this account too, right? So you have at least 1 year's worth of data, if I'm following correctly? So any account where we haven't spent money in the last 2 years?
Or is it just because things aren't posted yet, because this is only as of the end of December?
Well, like, no, I know there's some things like that, like postage for the tax assessor. I know that's coming at the end of the year for tax bills, et cetera, but there's some here for dues and subscriptions, and, you know, it's small dollars, but it adds up over time, you know, and then I know we have $20,000 for the senior services we haven't spent money. I know this all depends on invoicing and stuff like that, so if not, then is there a way to identify when those bills
Well, I was
might
gonna
hit?
say, the items you're mentioning are like dues and subscriptions, those kind of things are usually annual. So if any of them happened renew in the second half of the month, like we pay dues to like the League of Cities and Towns or different memberships for like tax associations or things like that, those were all an annual membership fee, so we only pay it once a year. So if we pay it during the second half of the year, it would be zero right now.
Okay, so I guess my simpler question then would be, is it possible to get this updated to the most recent quarter by our next meeting? Because the quarter would close in March, or at the end of April then?
At the end of April, we probably can, yeah.
Okay.
Is that it? And then I just had, on the minutes of February 21st, the third page where Bacon and Company audit presentation, right above the motion, it says, Ms. Langevin said that the motor vehicles mistakenly got left, and can you just make that off? Right above under Bacon and Company, right above the motion, it says the motor vehicles mistakenly got left off. It just says left of. Can you just change that? Do you see, you got it? And then, on the, page 5, on the no parking signs, where it says motion made by Ms. Hamilton. Made by Ms. Hamilton, seconded by Ms. O'Hara and Mrs. Ogier. Can you just change that to Mr. Ogier? And then the last sentence says, for the no parking on the southerly side of Ridge Road. Okay. That's all I have. Thank you. Anyone else have any other questions? Anyone like to make a motion to accept those as amended?
I'll make a motion to accept as amended.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Yes.
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 Yes, thank you. Old business, discussion by council vote or other action on status / progress report on completion of specific items. Discussion by council vote or other action on municipal building review task force. Mr. Nordstrom? And that's also payment of invoice 46016 to Tecton Architects.
Thank you. Just a quick note, we're going to meet Thursday, as we discussed at the May 9th meeting, try to figure out where we're at with the police station building. So we'll get back to you on that. You also have invoice number 46016 dated February 28th, 2023 from Tecton Architects in the amount of $16,800. And if you look at the billing for the design and documentation, now 90% complete. And this is for the immediate improvements to the pump station, the police station. This would be the facade and the roofing and that. So we recommended approval.
All right, thank you. Anyone have any questions?
So, Mr. Nordstrom, when you say immediate improvements to the police station, these are not things that will actually be done, these are just the design? Or
Yeah,
they-
this
they-
is, well, when we have the joint meetings,
Yep.
we talk about that kind of superficially. So I'm expecting that the next time we have the joint meeting, you'll have details from Jeff on what's going to happen then, so we can get approval.
So this is in addition to what we've already paid for, that this is like the borings and the, to
No,
determine
this
the-
is strictly the temporary improvements to address the concerns from the interlocal trust. about the-
Could you just reiterate what they are, just briefly, so it would be,
Right, the front of the building,
the
the
front,
bricks on the front of the building.
right,
Patching up the leaks in the ceiling,
okay.
repairing the handicap ramp.
Mm-hmm.
There is some sealing that has to be done between the handicap ramp and the face of the building.
Right,
And then if there's money left over, repair the sidewalks, replace, there's a couple doors that are, the frame are rotted out.
right,
So that's
Okay.
the general gist of it.
okay, good, thank you.
Anyone else have any further questions? Anyone like to make a motion to approve the invoice?
I'll make a motion to approve the invoice of $16,800 to Tecton Architects, dated February 28th, 2023, invoice number 46016.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Claire got it.
Claire,
Second.
Claire?
Claire
Yeah.
seconded.
All right, we have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. I was going to ask you if I could sit down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next one is discussion by council vote or other action on 3 to 5 year forecast. Any update on that?
So far, we're about a third of the way done completing it. We've done 2022. We just wanted to start with a foundation. Then we're just about done with 2023, and then Jerry Ann and I are going to go through all the contracts that we have existing, ones that have projections for how much they're going to cost in the future, put that into there, and then we're just going to build a basis of either 2 to 5% based on history for everything else that might have an expense or revenue that we have data for. So we're not done as of yet, but we're getting close.
So how many years are you actually going to do?
How many years do you want? 3 or 5?
I would prefer 5.
Okay. I can make it as close to accurate for 5 as I can. Yeah.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So will that model take into consideration any potential new development? Like, will you add different scenarios? You know, you have like a base case as you identified, but then you have a best case scenario or worst case scenario where, you know, there could be fluctuations depending on maybe potential revenue, additional expenses that outside of contractual obligations only.
Yeah, we can try and make a best and worst case scenario based off. You're just referring to revenues, right?
I mean, there's been numerous discussions every time we've talked about potential projects in town of, you know, potentially new development coming in. So I think you could look at just an average of if a new development was to come online within 3 to 5 years, and maybe it doesn't, but if it were to, what would the impact be to that forecast?
The only we can, but the only difference is that when new developments come in, it won't change the levy itself because the amount of it'll only change the rate itself. It won't change the amount of we're supposed to be receiving because our expenditures equal our revenues, and whatever's left over that isn't covered by the other revenues is what we forward to the levy in terms of the rate. So I can always do my best to make a best and worst case scenario, but new developments won't change the levy that comes in. the forecast
Are we
itself.
talking about a forecast of the tax rate, or are we talking about a forecast of revenue and expenditures?
So the forecast includes the levy, if you wanted that included. But that's what was provided by the state. That's the template that I'm using currently, because it has a lot of detail within it.
So can you project out the budget 3 to 5 years?
Yeah, that's basically.
I just don't know what you're using.
Yeah, I can.
So,
What I can do is
trying to
I can always
picture in my
share.
head.
I can share the template that I'm using currently to you guys, to the council, just so you guys can see where I'm working with as of currently. And I will still continue working on it in the meantime. And then if you guys have any comments or anything that you guys want added, I could always add it in.
That might be helpful, I think.
Yeah, that would be good, because what we're doing is trying to determine, what our ability to pay future debt is, right? And when things will be retired, what other expenses we've got committed right now that we're unaware of for whatever reason, whether it's a match on a grant or not, whether it's expenses related to, let's say, the multi-generational, I always get that wrong, multi-generational center. So we have a grant for the actual edifice itself, but we don't have anything for landscaping or internal furniture, or the salary for the individual that's going to be running that, or the nurse that needs to be hired, all those things related to these things are things that we need to know how it will impact residents before we add on to that with another burden for them. So that's really something that we need as accurately as we can. And
Yeah,
like you said,
understood.
there will be things that will, we can make projections and then they don't materialize.
Right.
Okay, we understand that.
No,
But
understood. Yeah, I will. It's tomorrow morning. Geez. I'll send it to you guys. And if there's any comments, just give me a call as soon as you can, just so I can make the edits and get it out to you guys as soon as possible.
okay, and do you think it would be ready within the next couple of weeks, or do you think you need
Should be
more?
ready before. Should be ready by the next council, just as long as there's no hiccups there, in which I don't perceive any. Any external hiccups in terms of things that we need to take care of in the meantime, but it should be ready by the next town council meeting.
Okay, that'd be great. Thanks.
And just kind of piggybacking on that generational facility, we do probably at some point need to come up with some sort of like income statement or operating statement of what we anticipate is going to happen there, because we probably will need staff that's going to be there, depending on, like you were saying, nurses or maybe nutritionists or other things. So we're probably, once we get that committee formed, we're probably going to have to try and sit down and maybe kind of come up with something for that facility too.
Okay.
Thank you. Next one is discussion by council vote or other action on grants. Mr. Ogier?
Yeah, so this stems from a while back, I think a month now. And I know Paul had shared a Word document, and we had asked if it could be put into Excel. But I know that there's always discussion of potential grants that the town's going after. And I think the council should know what grants that the town is going to go after, if there's additional funding mechanisms that are needed in terms of matches or not matches. Kind of really helping try to identify what some of the long-term plans are for the town, what some of these grants are to be supporting, and then to kind of also piggyback off to what you just said, President Alves. How then, is there any additional money that may be needed to support anything like a multi-generational center or something like that, where it's not just the one-time expenditure and the grant itself, there's additional expenses that carry over. So I don't know if we have something like that now, or if it's something that we could get put together.
We do. We have a sheet that gives you the current awards. It doesn't give you what was applied for in the past 10 days. We do have the grant writer in the audience. Lisa Ambrosia will be able to bring it up to speed. I have them written here. There was a grant applied for on March 7th, March 17th. One of those grants, which would be Phase 2 of St. Paul, we refer to as St. Paul Water Main Extension. Phase 2 would go up into the neighborhoods to bring in water up there if it's successful. That requires a 20% match. And I think we've had discussion about that match for St. Paul. Currently, there's a 1 point.
We haven't had any discussion on that.
Well, I'm sorry, it's written here in the reports. So it is a 20% grant, match. That's something that would bring water supply down into the Blackstone line with North Smithfield. It would help with EPA new requirements for lines. We would assume the lines from Blackstone, and we would not have to be on a rationing of every other day service. Then there is also the potential that maybe we flow the water to Blackstone.
So what is the match?
20%.
What is the dollar amount?
1.17 is the first grant that was awarded, and the second grant that was applied for is 2 million and 20%. So it's a let's just round up, $3.2 million if the second phase 2 is successful.
So phase 1 doesn't have a match?
Does not.
Phase 2 has a match of 20% of 2
No,
million?
sorry, phase 2 would require a match, excuse me, phase 1 would require a match of 20%.
So I think
So
this,
how come we don't know about this? And
Well,
where's
because
that
it was
money
on the
from?
agenda last council to talk about it, but it was postponed to this agenda.
I think this conversation highlights why we need to be having these conversations. It's just to know kind of, I think, if we do have to spend additional money, or what grants is the town looking to go after, or are they the right grants? Water, I don't think anybody would disagree. It's important, but I think it's just so that we're all on the same page, so that we don't get
Blindsided.
like caught off guard, or we hear about it, through the news or et cetera, that this is kind of what's happening. So I just think it should be a good standing agenda item, definitely as we're talking to the budget season, and we're talking more about grant writers and grants in general. So it does help to have this information for sure. Can you just go to
No,
the
we'd have to,
podium?
We'd have to vote on it.
we'd have to vote for you to speak,
Oh,
so we can't do
sorry.
it now.
Yeah, right.
So, Mr. Zelinski, if it's a match, can you please tell us before you apply for a grant of any magnitude, and tell us where you plan on getting that money from, which account, and if there's enough money in that account to do it, and what the game plan is in terms of an overall picture, because we don't know. We don't know.
I'll be happy to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Madam Clerk, can you just keep putting this under this topic every week or every meeting for the progress, the grants? Yeah, thank you. And then also the 3 to 5 year forecast till we receive that. Thank you. Next, discussion by council vote or other action on amendment of Hallowell Review Committee Resolution. Mr. Porter?
I had been emailing with Mr. Igliozzi and Joanne about the amendment to the Hallowell Review Committee resolution to just include the creation of a master plan. So I believe that's in front of you this evening. So as we discussed 2 weeks ago, that was one thing that we'd asked to move forward on.
I just have a question. It says in red is amended on March 7th, 2022. Should it be 22 or 23?
I believe that there's been one amendment since the committee was formed. I believe that was the original. Dave, you can speak to that a little bit better than I can, because I don't have everything
This
right
is
from
the
me.
third iteration. It was established on a date, amended in March 7th of '22, and now it's being amended again.
Okay.
And I think that language is in there because it wasn't in there before, and so I put it in there.
Oh, that's why it's in red.
It's in
Okay.
red because
It wasn't
it
in the
wasn't
original.
It wasn't in the original.
Okay,
Okay.
Exactly.
thank
All right,
you.
Thank you.
The most critical language is on page 2, obviously.
And that would be
Item J.
J, sorry, it looked like I. Create a master plan for Hallowell property located 358 Victory Highway, North Smithfield, Rhode Island, 02896. And K, make recommendations to the town council on the potential future uses of the Hallowell property and buildings for its consideration.
Yeah, item K has been a standing piece
changes the
of
letter.
that, but it just changes that letter.
Yep. Okay. Anyone have any questions on this revised resolution?
Well, is it inappropriate to speak to the information we received with regard to payment of that from bond counsel that's in our packet? Is that appropriate to speak at this time?
I think you're talking two separate
I
topics.
think you have to
Right.
handle
Yeah.
one and then.
One is the resolution, the amendment to the resolution, and the other
Right,
one would
right.
be the, where the funding's
I think
coming
that's
from.
item under new business C.
Yeah, okay, all right, I'll wait till then. Okay, sorry, thank you. Well, I'll make a resolution. I'll make a motion that we accept the amended resolution to include creating a master plan for the Hallowell property located at 358 Victory Highway in North Smithfield.
I'll second it.
We have a motion, a second. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I would still stand by what I said last week about, I don't think that this is a good time, a good expenditure of $120,000. I think until we have more focus on what we're actually going to do with that property, that we just hold off on spending this, come back. I'm not saying it's not a good idea, but at some point it will be, but right now I just don't think it's a worthwhile expenditure of $120,000 when we don't even know what we want to do down there.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
No.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll be back.
All right, next one is discussion by council vote or other action on ordinance to amendment section 15-5 of the Code of Ordinance, Chapter 15, no parking at any time on the southerly side of Ridge Road. Do we have a motion to open the public hearing?
I'll make a motion to open the public hearing.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara. Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Anyone wish to speak during the public hearing? I don't think you want to speak on this. This is for Ridge Road. Anyone want to speak on Ridge Road? Okay.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Anyone like to make a motion, second, do we have to do a motion for the second hearing?
You don't need to read it, but you need to vote to approve
Okay.
the
Anyone
second reading.
make a motion to approve the second reading of the section 15-5 of no parking at any time on the southerly side of Ridge Road?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
I'd like to add a couple things. I just don't think that getting government involved and putting no parking signs up in the neighborhood is the way to go here. The church already addressed the situation. The situation's being resolved. There's going to be unintended consequences on this. For instance, if neighbors want to have a party, if they want to have a 4th of July party or birthday party, it's going to affect them as well, not just the people at the church. And as far as the people at the church goes, it's only a couple hours a week. It's not a huge inconvenience. They can park in front of my house if they want. It's unnecessary to get the town involved in a situation that could be resolved on its own.
But it would also hinder emergency vehicles going down that road should they need it to. If there's trucks parked on the side of the road, there's box trucks and there's cars. It's a narrow road. If there's always people parked there, and the rescue may not get there.
True, but the church has been there for how long, and now this is
Yeah, but it's
come up.
it's not just the church parking.
It's just not just the church.
No.
So the problem is more than, so it's the residents themselves.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
No.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Discussion by council vote or other action on ordinance to amend section 15-5, extend no through trucking on Pound Hill Road up to Pine Hill Road intersection. Like to have a motion to open the public hearing.
I'll make a motion to open the public hearing.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton?
Yes.
Ms. O'Hara?
Yes.
Mr. Ogier?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Yes. Anyone like to speak on this ordinance, no through trucking? Anyone like to speak on it? Like to make a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara?
Yes.
Mr. Ogier?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Yes. Anyone like to make a motion to have this as the second reading for ordinance 15-5 of the Code of Ordinance in Chapter 15 for no-through trucking?
So you want a motion to approve?
Mm-hmm.
I'll make a motion to approve Section 15-5 of the Code of Ordinances in Chapter 15, no through trucking. Shall be no through trucking of commercial vehicles in excess of 5 tons total weight with cargo, unless for home service delivery and business service delivery on Pound Hill Road from Pine Hill Road intersection to the Industrial Drive intersection and in the immediate area from Pole 39, Pound Hill Road to Route 146A, Great Road in North Smithfield.
Thank you. So motion, is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara?
Yes.
Mr. Ogier?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Yes. Discussion by council vote or other action on ordinance to amend section 15-9 to reduce the weight limit for trucks from 35,000 pounds to 5 tons, requiring a special permit from the town administrator.
I'll make a motion to open the public hearing.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara?
Yes.
Mr. Ogier?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Yes. Would anybody like to speak during the public hearing for this heavy trucks permit on certain roads exception? Again, would anyone like to speak? Would anyone like to make a motion to close the public hearing?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Is there a second?
Second?
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara?
Yes.
Mr. Ogier?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Yes. Would anyone like to make a motion to approve this as a second reading?
I'll make a motion to approve the section 15-9 of the North Smithfield Code of Ordinances in Chapter 15, titled Heavy Trucks Permit on Certain Roads Exception, as follows.
It's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I said at the last meeting, I still don't understand the change. So, and the reason I say that is, I'm looking at the ordinance we just revised, and it mentions unless for home service delivery. We're changing in this ordinance here, heavy trucks on certain roads exceptions. It does not even mention that. It mentions a whole bunch of streets. It talks about 5 tons. Now, to my understanding, that would be like your Amazon, your UPS, those types of trucks. I still don't know how we're gonna really enforce this. Are we changing something where we don't even need to change it? Like, what's the need to change this? Like, where did this come from? I asked the last time, I didn't really get an answer, so I'm just.
It says the chief's recommendation, so.
Right, but what's the supporting
You have to talk to
documentation?
the- you have
Yeah,
to
no
talk
one
to the
really
chief
said
about it.
anything, so that's why I'm having a hard time understanding,
Can I comment on that
I would
one?
just- I would just- I'm
For a
sorry.
long time, we have some very winding roads through densely, more and more houses are there. And first of all, it's done damage. We just about repair a road, and because of the weight, et cetera, of the truck, it's dissipated, it's gone. And the danger, and listen, let me tell you, they're not going 20 miles an hour. So I think that's the concern they had, and neighbors had come up before to speak about it.
I just,
I think what the chief said, I think the chief was thinking that right now, five tons is the limit unless you are a delivery.
but not in this change.
Well, that's a different section, you still got the exception. In this change,
In this change, it's not.
over 5 tons, you've got to get a permit.
So do the 5-ton truck, is it 6 tons and more?
It says just anything over 5 tons.
Right, so
It said over 35,000
I s-
pounds, over 5 tons. That's what the chief wants.
these are very like specific roads. I don't know how often we have like a police cruiser there, like on Tiff Road, on Black Plain Road, on Follett Street, on Mendon Road, on Woonsocket Hill Road. Like, I know that some of these roads have been redone recently, and I'm assuming that's where some of the need came from, but I still, how is this gonna be enforced, really? I know it's somebody calls, and by the time someone calls, the truck's gone. So, are you talking about a scenario where, like, I don't,
Enforcement.
I just don't wanna make a change to an ordinance where there's really no need.
I can't speak for the chief, but the chief felt it was important to have the 5 tons match in both sections of the ordinance.
But, okay, but it doesn't, so I'm just gonna say that. It doesn't match because we exclude home service delivery and business service delivery on the other ordinance. In here, it's a straight 5
Oh, I
ton.
see what you mean.
So I think the language, if we were to change anything, needs to be consistent. Because at this ordinance, you're going after every UPS, every Amazon, every truck that's essentially probably greater than a Ford F-250.
On these particular roads, right?
Right.
On the other road, they're 2 different sets of roads.
Right.
Okay.
I'm just
So we
saying though,
understand.
but like, so like if an Amazon delivery truck drives down the street, and I know it's not to you, David, you're the one talking, so.
I don't know, I don't know.
So,
the
but you
answer.
see
Well,
where
I
I'm coming
think-
from, right? Like,
I don't
so
know
what,
if we
somebody
have
looks
that.
out their window and they say, hey, did they get a permit? Should they be getting a permit? Like, what's the permit rate look like? Like, what are some of those other things that is gonna
Okay.
come as a result of this? Like, what is the permit for a truck like this? I actually don't know, and it would be good to know that information before I'm just saying, hey, every
The only thing I
truck.
suggest is you continue it till the next meeting and
Oh,
get the answers from the police
right.
department. This is the police department
Right.
request,
Right.
Yeah.
not my request.
Right, because I think it was for consistency, and if it is inconsistent, and we found that, we should have a discussion with the chief and probably just wrap it up at the next meeting.
Yeah,
So
I
I'll
agree.
remove, or
And I would
Whatever
also
I
ask
do.
that the public hearing
Yeah,
be,
we'll redo them.
continue to the next meeting, so we don't have to
Sure.
re-advertise.
sure, okay.
To a
So,
date, so you're gonna continue it to a date certain, the actual date of the meeting.
right. So I have to retract my motion.
Mhm.
Who seconded me? Anybody?
I think.
I think you second for discussion.
Oh, so I'll remove my
DJ.
second.
Okay.
Oh.
I will make a motion to continue this to the next meeting and keep the public hearing open for that next meeting.
I think just make a motion to continue both the second reading and the public hearing to the next council meeting on
April 3rd.
April 3rd of 2023.
Okay, all right, so I'll make a motion to continue both till April 3rd.
That's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara?
Yes.
Mr. Ogier?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Yes. Discussion by council vote or other action on resolution for House Bill H5642 and Senate Bill S00766, which seeks to lower the state sales tax from 7% to 5%. Mr. Biragad?
Yeah, this was on the agenda 2 weeks ago. I'm not even sure why it's back on the agenda.
To draft the ordinance, draft a resolution?
Oh, okay, so, all right, okay. Yeah, so that's all. It was just, I know that we had a 3-2 vote in favor of lowering the state sales tax from 7% to 5%. With 2 were against lowering the tax, but, yeah, that's all. I'm just gonna make a motion to approve.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad?
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton?
No.
Mrs. O'Hara?
Yes.
Mr. Ogier?
I'm gonna abstain.
Ms. Alves?
No. All right, discussion by council vote or other action on options for owner's project manager for the town. Mr. Ogier?
Yeah, so this has been on the agenda for the last few weeks. Partially, it's been tabled because of where it falls on the agenda and when we get out of here, so,
It's actually
so,
very close.
I think, it's probably a multi-part conversation. I just wanted to get it on here. So we've heard a lot about construction projects, and we've talked a lot about different ways you can do them, about the design builder, the owner's project manager, and I know in some states it's required by law. You see this a lot in Rhode Island, primarily through schools. I think our school system has a really great model where they utilize one, and they also have a facilities manager, which might be another conversation maybe we should have at some point down to kind of help make sure that we're kind of looking more longer term and, we're kind of making sure that we're being more fiscally responsible and making sure that, we're keeping costs under control, we're maintaining buildings in a good schedule. We have asset management commission, we don't utilize it. And so I think if we do these things and we keep with the upkeep, and, the owner's project manager, they really act as an advocate for the town. They can look at budgeting, they make sure that it comes in on cost, like their sole purpose is to advocate. And in a lot of communities, they work with a committee, and the committee will kind of create a scoring rubric. I think we should probably be consistent if we were to go through one for an RFP. And maybe we look to the school to kind of see how they did theirs. But it has the potential to save money in the long run, which I think anyone would agree is beneficial. So I just wanted to get it on the agenda just to kind of start the conversation and just kind of open it up for discussion, that's all.
So how do you see this working for us? So I know you gave some examples, but
Yeah.
is there a particular project you're thinking of with some immediacy, or just overall that?
So I think we've seen a few examples, right? So we just learned last meeting that this building may not be ADA compliant.
Right.
Seems like a big oversight and a big miss. And I know we have some probably ADA compliancy with the ramp, but those types of things shouldn't have gotten missed.
Right.
I think Scouters could be a good example, to make sure that, we have a proper budget, that we're sticking to that budget, that, as there's any potential, like, for example, like a lead time, something's going to take a longer period of time, but you can pivot to a comparable product, and that product comes in under cost, and you can get it sooner, and it doesn't hold up construction. You remove all those costs. And, you can kind of keep the project moving so that, it comes in on time. And, I think we saw it briefly with the police station. They had kind of mentioned it as two different options, and whichever one you want to go with is the one we would go. But I think when it comes time for planning projects, I think it's an option where I think we should seriously consider it and explore it. It seems to work really well on the school sides in the state. And I think, like I said, I think we need to think longer term here. And, while we might save some money in the short term, selecting one option or the other, is it really the best? Or we, just getting it done to get it done and then live with the consequences later on. So
Right.
ideally, you would have an owner's project manager and then a facility manager. They would work hand in hand. And then you would be not only keeping the project in mind and dressing as the owner, but then you would then move to the facilities manager, and they would maintain the buildings, per se.
Right. Well, that's maintaining buildings, I think, is
So it's like
something we
two
sorely
pieces.
lack in this town. So that would be, if that's another responsibility of someone in that professional realm, I think that would be very valuable to us, so. Yeah, I like the idea.
And I know Mr. Porter has mentioned it in the past, so I don't know if we want to have him say anything on it. I know he's more of an architect and an expert. So if we want to open it up and have him maybe say something if he wants, otherwise.
Well, are we planning on going RFP right now? Or do you
No,
wanna look
I
at
just think we
some-
should look at
Yeah, I
maybe
think- yeah.
figuring it out
Okay,
and seeing what
great.
it looks like, and then having a discussion at a
Right.
later point.
Yeah, yeah, I like that.
Well, it's something that you got to keep an eye on too, because back in 2016, when I first got on the council, there was an owner's project manager. We were paying him a lot of money, and we were finding busy work for him. And so if you're going to hire somebody, for that kind of money, let's make sure that we have a plan, a scope of work for him. And when he fulfills that duty, then we don't have him anymore, because we were spending a lot of money, and then we had to buy him out of his contract. So it cost the town a lot of money to have an owner's project manager.
So I agree, and I think there's been, depending on who you talk to, there's been some probably changes in that area in terms of, some being more beneficial than others. I think it's like any profession, you're going to get some that are really good, you're going to get some that are really bad, but the way that a lot of these work, when you go and you read the RFPs, is they have scoring rubrics. So you kind of weed out the bad ones.
He wasn't bad.
No, I'm just saying,
There's nothing
right?
for him to do.
So then, we should evaluate the project at that point.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's where that would kind of come hand in hand, is to make sure that the project is in the right scope. And if we're finding busy work and we're spending a ton of money, then I kind of question what was the nature of the project. You know what I mean? So I just don't want to throw money and hope that something sticks.
No,
So
I think a second set of eyes is a good idea, too.
Yeah.
You know, yeah. Good, thank you.
Anyone like to make a motion to extend the meeting for an hour?
only if it's for another hour.
That's it.
Okay, I'll make a motion to extend the meeting for another hour.
For another what?
Do we have a second?
1
Second,
hour?
second.
Go back 15 minutes.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. All right, new business discussion by council vote other action on contract extension with MTG Disposal for Trash and Recycling. Mr. Pendergast.
Good evening, Ray Pendergast, Director of Public Works. I'm asking for your authorization to extend a one-year agreement with MTG for our solid waste recyclables and yard waste collections. They'll be for the period June 30th, 2023 to 2024. The cost is $721,143. The roll-offs went up $20 per empty, up to $220. And we're staying with the same amount of money, $15,000 for the picking up at High Rocks for $15,000. The CPI was at 6%. I was able to get it down to 5.5 for this final year. This is the final year of the one-year extensions with this company. So we're going to have to go out to bid right after this. So there is an increase of $37,595. I just want to note for the record, my memo amount was incorrect at 732. The correct amount with the contract is 721,143. But the correct amount is with the finance director's memo. And also, if you approve it, to authorize the town administrator to sign the contract.
So I just want to confirm that because the finance director's is 721,743. The amendment is 721,143, so it's the 143 or 743?
The correct number is $721,143.
Okay. Anyone like to make a motion to accept this contract extension?
I'll make a motion to accept the contract in the amount of $721,143 for a period of July 1, 2023 to June 30, 2024 for MTG Disposal.
It's a motion.
Second motion?
We have a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Do we need a motion to have the administrator sign?
I believe so.
I'd like to make a motion to allow the town administrator to sign the contract in the amount of $721,143 for MTG Disposal. Did I say it wrong?
No.
Oh.
That's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Discussion by council vote or other action on acceptance of resignation from Jonathan DePault, serving on the Conservation Commission. His term was 12/1/2002 through 11/30/2025.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the acceptance of resignation from Jonathan DePault, serving on the Conservation Commission.
That's a motion. Is there a second?
Second motion.
Any further discussion?
Mike, do it.
Yeah, I was going to do that once we were done. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara?
Yes.
Mr. Ogier?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Thank you. Yes, and Joanne, can you please send a letter to thank him? All right, discussion by vote, discussion by council vote or other action on amendment to the Hallowell Master Plan funding source from school building bond to committed reserves. So is there anyone speaking on this, or, so, solicitor, so basically, if we read the letter from bond counsel, so it's not, we shouldn't be transferring those funds to, correct?
Yeah, you're not gonna be able to use, bond counsel said you can't use the bond money for the master plan. You have to find a different source of funds.
Okay.
So can I ask a question? So what was the name of the other, was it Sampson? Weston and Sampson, thank you. We used money from Weston and Sampson from this bond, correct? That's what the last discussion was, is, well, if we used it for the last one, why can't, did anyone consult bond counsel before we spent the money the last time?
I don't have any.
What? You know the answer?
We have to,
Hold a second, Paul, let's just, should we make a motion to
You
recommend?
don't have to, he's a member of a board, of a
can we,
committee, you don't have
can we
to.
ask you to speak into the microphone?
Yeah, if you just go up for the record,
Thank
yeah.
you. Thank you very much.
And talking to Paul Vadney when he was on the council, when this came up, bond council allowed it because a good part of the Weston and Sampson study dealt with demolition and how to
Okay.
handle the buildings. So they allowed the bond money to be used to support that study.
Okay, so then that speaks to her second part of saying for demolition, we could use the money. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to speak out of turn, but from what I heard last council meeting, you just flip-flopped the decision you made before that 368 go toward the demo and whatever.
Mhm.
Excess would be pulled out of the excess funds.
Yep,
Gotcha.
all right, thank you.
Thank you.
So we're all set on that, right? Discussion by council vote or other action on penalties / tax adjustments. Mr. St. Ange?
Did we vote on approving the new funding source?
Yeah, we did, no.
No, we didn't,
We didn't, no.
we didn't. Do you want us to do that now for that particular?
Yeah, so there's 65,000 in the town council committed reserves for Hallowell.
Okay.
So you can use those funds for the 60,000 for the master plan, you just can't use the bond proceed.
Right,
Oh, I see, okay.
right. So I'll make a motion then that we utilize the 65,000 Town Council Hallowell Fund, $60,000 of which to go to the master plan for the Hallowell Committee.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Beauregard?
No.
Ms. Hamilton?
Yes,
Mrs. O'Hara?
Yes.
Mr. Ogier?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Yes. All right, back to the penalties and tax adjustments.
So these are just adjustments and abatements for those who have passed away and for motor vehicle. Some who have passed away, some who just haven't paid it. We write off the interest. This is just representing that. Yeah, so a while back, this is something Cynthia had, the previous director had proposed. It was a program where after a certain amount of years, we just write it off. These are past some of those, actually, all of these are past that. So you can see that 1839.28 is what's being written off.
okay, so I'll make a motion that $1,839.28 as a penalty adjustment be written off for this fiscal year. This is for motor vehicles.
It's a motion. Is there a second?
Second?
Just discussion or a kind of point of order. On the tax adjustments, and the penalty adjustments, like on, there's supposed to be a running total, and I believe this total must be wrong, because it looks like it's just the total from this one report, where it should be a running total for the fiscal year.
Sorry, neither one of us had used this worksheet before. I think we may have deleted it because we were confused as to why there was a number on there
Yeah.
that was
It's a
way
running
higher than
total.
ours.
Yeah.
I didn't know that, sorry.
Okay, can we just go back to doing that?
Yes.
All right, great, thank you.
But the amount is still correct for this particular
one, yeah.
motor vehicle. Okay, so $1,839.28.
No, the 432.
Oh, wait,
Which one
I
did we
just
do
did
on-
that first.
Okay. Did we do a roll call on that one?
Yes. No, we didn't do a roll call yet. We did,
Huh?
What was the dollar amount? It was just the one, because this includes both,
Yeah,
this dollar, both.
right.
So
It
if you
should be
include the
a
18,
year-to-date, yeah.
Maybe she reads back the motion?
Joanne, can you read back that motion, please?
So Paulette made the motion just to, for $1,839.28 for
Are
penalty,
you included both?
motor vehicles.
Did you want a separate motion for each one, or is that okay together?
No, the total is good.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, and you seconded? All right, so
Yeah.
we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton?
yes.
Mrs. O'Hara?
Yes.
Mr. Ogier?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Yes. Discussion by council vote or other action on open forum agenda items only at the end of the agenda. Mr. Biragad?
Yeah, I asked for this to be put on the agenda. If you remember, if we go back to one of our earlier meetings when we first, the council first got seated, Mr. Ogier recommended that we put this open forum for agenda items only at the end of the council meeting. Honestly, it's become kind of a joke, to be honest with you, because it's really just an opportunity for one person to get up and critique the whole meeting and get the last word in. There's only been one person's been making use of this, and it's only, like I said, it's only for the opportunity to get up and critique for what took place for the last 2 hours. I think Mr. Ogier had good intentions when he did this, but I think it's increasing the time that we're spending at these council meetings, and it's completely unnecessary. So I would like to see us remove that. We tried it, didn't work out. It's been the other way for, I don't know how many years. Actually, if you go back to 2016, back then, you could only get up during open forum once a month, not even twice. And then at that council, we decided that we'll let the people be heard at every council meeting. So now, we're adding to the, that should be more than enough. Now we're just adding to the opportunity to just get up and just get up and critique everybody that he disagrees with. So I'm going to recommend that we tried it, didn't work out, and we move on and we get rid of it.
So we can't do anything tonight because we'd have to change our rules of order. So that would be the next meeting at a minimum. And I would agree that I think the reason we're running into long time, and when I say agree, I mean the reason the meetings are going late is I think we have gotten into opening it up for a lot of individual items. So I think if we can pare that back, and if we kept the open forum, I think we would find, as we are finding tonight, that the meeting moves pretty quick. I mean, we've only been out here since executive session for probably like an hour and a half or so. So I think we remove all the residual time. I think it works. It works in other communities. I don't see why we need to completely strike it, but if we're going to open it up and almost have essentially a public hearing or a chance to speak on every agenda item, then I would agree we should remove it.
I just wanted, like you said, we can't vote on that now anyway, but I thought it was definitely worth bringing up.
Any other discussion on this? Next item, discussion by council vote or other action on request for proposal for grant writer, Mr. Biragad and Mr. Zelinski.
I'm thinking we should flip-flop G and F.
G and F.
F and G.
All right, so the next item is discussion by council vote or other action to retain Lisa Andoja, Rosewood Consulting, as a grant writer for 1 month. Mr. Zelinski.
Madam President, if you recall that yourself and Council Beauregard and I had a conversation with Ms. Androsia when we decided to go with 1 month to hire for grant writing, which is what we did March 1st to March 31st. That was basically, so as far as retaining, I guess that'll come back to F. So, and it may not be Ms. Androsia. We have to go out for an RFP to see, certainly go out. If it's the council's wish to continue with a grant writer, and I would strongly support that we continue with a grant writer for a number of reasons. Grant writers pretty much pay for them. Return on investment are tremendous. You write a $1 million grant, and depending on what the proposal is for a fee, salary, it pays for itself. The important thing to remember here, too, is the administration and the management of the grant. You apply for a grant. If you're fortunate enough to be awarded the grant, then you have to apply for the money. Sounds a little strange, but that's how it works. There's 3 steps involved. Along the way, you deal with the Environmental Protection Agency, making sure that their concerns are met. It's a tremendous amount of work. It's a tremendous burden on the staff to facilitate these things. So with a professional grant writer, I would say that it would pay for itself. And that's it. That's all I have to say.
So are you asking us for $5,000?
Well,
I think
actually, under the town, I could pay that $5,000, and I had an agreement with the council president and with Councilman Beauregard to proceed with this. So I don't know if I really have to ask for it, because it was already, it's something with the powers of the town administrator to do.
Yeah, I just want to say that that was part of the conversation, as you reminded me that you have that authority to do that up to $5,000. So, because I've also voiced my concern about working for so many communities, and I just feel that we're going to be going against ourselves with all these different communities that are working with the same contractor, which I've been voicing from the beginning. So, I mean, I want to go out and get proposals, because I think it's the right thing to do, and plus there may be individuals that might do it on a per diem basis, or maybe we can hire part-time, or, I mean, because I'm just concerned, like, if we go in with someone for a year, what if there's months that we don't have any grants? Or I think the first step, and we keep talking about this, is planning. We need to meet with committees, we need to meet with departments, we need to see what we need and get maybe a list of projects that we have that we might need or be looking for grants or some sort of assistance. And I don't think we have that. I think it's always going to be this emergency turnaround period and saying, oh, well, this is here, so what can we use this for? And this is here. And I think if we were better prepared, we might know what we need and then send that person out. Where now, I think it's just going to be like, you know, okay, this is here, this is here, this is here. What do we need? What do we want? What do we, you know? And I just don't think that's going to be beneficial for the person doing the grants or for the town until we know what direction we're going in.
I agree.
I agree.
So I think.
And I don't
Wait,
agree.
hold on a second. So I'm speaking. So, I said it last meeting as well. I think, big picture wise, I think a grant writer makes sense. But I caution just, one, who's setting the priorities? What are the priorities? We've talked about numerous things. I mean, Councilman Beauregard brought up, we don't even know what the priority for Hallowell really is. We don't know what the priority may be 2 days from now. We don't know how that fits into a larger picture 3 years down the road. If we get a grant, we're successful, how are we going to staff things? What do the future expenditures look like? Is there a budget related to the project? Is there not? I think there's more discussion that needs to be had. I do support a grant writer. When I was on the budget committee last year, we proposed to the council to hire on a consultatory basis for a grant writer. I just think we need to really make sure we're being intentional about it and that we're we're spending the money the correct way, and that we're funding things, maybe it's only as was just discussed, and maybe it's only on a short-term basis as needed. So there's, we're going to be doing a couple big projects. We know that there's 3 or 4 grants coming up. We contract with a grant writer, and then we say, okay, we're good right now, and then go through the process again as needs come up.
No, I agree with you too. I think that, and I think, Mr. Biergart's point of not having even a direction for the Hallowell property. Once we do, then we would know what grants we could go out and get. And I don't feel right now that we have a handle on everything. I really don't. So until we do, I think it would be in our best interest to meet with the administrator, meet with the department heads, get from them what they think they see coming down the pike, start looking at the existing grants that we have, and finding out what ancillary expenses are related to them, so that we can be fully prepared to make an intelligent decision, looking for grants that may be able to supplement particular aspects of those grants. But, so I guess for G on the agenda, you are looking for a vote or other action to retain the current grant writer.
No.
No, he doesn't need it. That's what he said.
Well, it does say it here, discussion.
Yeah, I know,
by
but-
He already
council
spent
vote.
he
or-
already spent the money for that one.
So,
Okay. So you already spent the $5,000.
Committed, yeah.
Okay, so this,
We received services for that $5,000. Yeah.
okay. I was under the impression we couldn't contract for $5,000. I thought it was $1,000 the administrator was allowed to do.
Well, I can tell you that, let me reiterate what I said 5 minutes ago, that we had the meeting with the council president and the councilor Beauregard to discuss this. We also discussed during this, well, I can let Ms. Androsia tell you what she's done on the 7th and the 17th of this month.
No, I'm not.
I think it would be good for the solicitor to weigh in here,
Yeah,
because
I'm not interested
it's
in
confusing.
that
So
right
the state
now.
law, I forgot,
Right.
don't quote me on the chapter or the verse, but it says up to $5,000. But it says that the state or the municipality can add a stricter amount, and I believe it was up to $1,000 is what I keep finding. Now, maybe an amendment was made and it just wasn't
can't
clearly
find
found,
Could be.
searchable on the website, which wouldn't shock me. The website is extremely hard to navigate when it comes to documentation, but, because if it was $1,000, then I would think that we wouldn't, then, Mr. Zawinski, you wouldn't have had the authorization to
5, is it?
to hire.
It's 10 for the state, 5 for the.
Well, I think you're confusing, you're confusing the, not confusing, but you're stating the rules regarding the right to contract. A municipality has to contract if it's actually over $10,000, has to go out to bid, unless it's an exception, right? Sole source, we've gone down this road many times, the MPA, and under your charter, I think the limitation is 5,000, but that's going out to contract to bid.
No,
You're
it-
talking about the authority of the administrator to, and I don't know that provision off the top of my
I
head.
didn't.
But I think there's a
Believe-
difference between the right to contract without going out to bid versus.
Using the MPA, for example.
Right.
Okay.
But the MPA, anybody, you can go on,
Right.
anybody, but that's not, that doesn't
That's
mean
not
you,
this.
it still has to be approved by the council.
Right,
We're confusing
right.
the right to contract under the municipal contracting statute and your ordinance, which, I mean, and your charter and your ordinance, which in many respects is contradictory, in some respects to the, to
Should have a
state
charter
law.
review commission.
But, so really, the advice has always been to follow the state law whenever it's the strictest, because you have some language that's more liberal than the state law, which I don't advise following a law, your local law, when it's more liberal.
Well, our ordinances do state $1,000.
But are you talking about
I'm
the
talking
right to
about going out
contract?
for services or purchases of equipment or
Okay,
materials.
well, that's not,
That-
you're talking about administrator's power, or you're talking about the
Correct.
right to contract? Well,
Correct.
I'm not talking about that.
Okay, well, that's what we're talking about.
And I don't know that rule.
So,
Well, I think it brings up another point.
I'm sorry.
It brings up another point. So does this action need council approval?
Well, it's done.
Well,
We didn't
I'm just
get-
trying to
we
get the
didn't get
procedure of
council
it all, right? I understand if we needed to spend $5,000 for a particular project or something. I just want to make sure that we're following procedurally,
Well,
that going forward, we know, because there was no bill, there's no nothing. I'm assuming one hasn't been generated yet on the bills we just paid.
And the last meeting, we asked for a proposal.
Right, we never actually hired. There's just a lot of confusion out there on this, and I'm just trying to get
yeah,
clarity.
I don't understand either, but I think we need to straighten it
Well,
out.
I actually watched the video this afternoon
Yeah.
of the council meeting up to the point where Ms. Andoja was speaking. And when she was done, everybody was very, very much in favor of her. Everybody was singing her praises. He was saying, you know, what a
Good
great
reputation.
idea, what a great opportunity this is. The president said, well, you know, let's, she specifically asked if we had the money to do this. We were advised that we did have the money to do it. She said, we have it for 4 months. And we said, and then we asked her if she could bring a proposal in. So everybody was all for it. And then guess what happened in 2 weeks? Social media. And now what's happening here is I see my fellow councilors are kind of caving to the social media that was going on. And you're listening, there was about 7 or 10 people that were very vocally against this. And now all of a sudden you think that's the world. You're going to learn to drown out social media because it's totally unnecessary.
John-
Well, I'm not done yet. I have the floor.
I thought you were done.
Okay. Now, she already said very specifically how she would handle things. She said she would find out what our needs are, all right? And she would base her grant writing based on what our needs are. She would sit down with us, whether it be the administrator or the council president, and she would find out what our needs are. She's not just gonna come at us and say, hey, guess what? You got a $100,000 grant for this. We're gonna know well in advance where the grants are coming from. And we're gonna know and she's gonna know well in advance of the grants that we're requesting her to do. Right now, she's right. She got a proven track record. We saw it last week. I wish I had it with us. She had millions for Cumberland, millions for Lincoln, millions for Smithfield, millions for North Providence. Don't you think they were competing against each other too, as you're saying it won't work because they're competing? Don't you think they had competing interests and yet they got millions of dollars? So you don't think we can navigate through that?
That
So-
was my question, John.
Well,
I'm
she said,
entitled
and
to have a
she
question.
she answered that question last week. She was very specific when you asked her that question, because it's a good question. It was my first question that I asked her when I spoke to her on the phone. And she explained it to you the same way she explained it to me. If you are seriously thinking of letting potentially millions of dollars go, because for whatever reasons, you wouldn't invest $60,000 of your own money to get $1 million? Who wouldn't do that?
So, first of all, I don't pay attention to social media, right? I have 2 little ones at home. I listen to people as they reach out to me, as you know, I talk to people regularly. So I don't think anyone up here makes a decision based on what's on social media. So I can only speak for myself. For me, this isn't an issue of the $5,000. First of all, it is in the sense that I still don't know if this action was authorized or not without council approval, because I just heard from the solicitor that it probably should have been. I think that I don't have a problem with competing with other cities or towns. I think it could be advantageous in some areas, and it could also probably hurt in other areas if our grant isn't strong enough. What I have issue with is what are the priorities for the town? First of all, item G, I have no idea what the $5,000 was for. There's nothing in our packet. Second of all, we mentioned things in the comprehensive plan, but we might as well just throw the comprehensive plan away because no one ever follows it, and we talk about it all the time. So if we are going to hire a grant writer, I would think that it needs to be big picture. What are the grants for? It goes back to my agenda item earlier. What areas are we potentially targeting? What kind of grant opportunities are there? Are there a match? Is there a non-match? We don't always know. I don't think we can apply for a grant committing to a match if we haven't even voted on that. So I think it's just the procedural things for me.
Then you don't know how retainers work, right? Because you
Don't condensate me,
Listen,
John.
I'm telling you. Well, then you clearly don't know how retainers work, because you pay somebody
You
a
have
retainer.
no idea
and then
what my experience is.
when you need something, they're on retainer. For instance, you're not just going to say, oh, we need whatever. Suppose everything, the water lines down in Union Village go bad on us all of a sudden. We're not going to be able to call up and say, hey, guess what? We need $1 million grant, right? No, we know we have a situation where we're going to need water lines fixed in Union Village. So we put her on trying to find a solution to that now, not when it happens. You might not know what you're going to need $1 million all of a sudden. You just can't call her up and say, okay, we want you back on the books. It doesn't work that way.
I'm not going to get into the back and forth about what a retainer is. I'm saying there's an issue of being procedural here and making sure that we are spending the money the right way. I have no doubt that Lisa, how do you pronounce her last name? Endoja, sorry, is more than qualified to get grants. That is not what I am basing this on. And if we went for an RFP, I am sure that based on the work she's done in other communities, she would probably be at the top of the list. I just want to make sure that in this item only, since that's what we're talking about, what was the $5,000 spent on? What is the plan for that $5,000, and was it authorized or not? I mean, I think most people know, especially what a retainer is. So I'm not even getting into that. But again, this comes back to, was this needed a council vote? That should be a pretty simple answer. It shouldn't be back and forth or anything like that. And I think we're blurring into item F.
Right, right, that's what that's why I was trying to bring it back to, what is it that we're looking for item G, which says discussion by council vote or other action to retain Lisa Andoja, Rosewood Consulting, as a grant writer for 1 month. I've been told it's already spent. I've been told she's already hired. We have no proposal, we have no scope of work, we have no deliverables, we have nothing.
You do.
Just for a second. So,
Excuse me, a proposal was submitted on the 14th? That's erroneous.
So just so you know,
so
it's
you
not
don't-
in our
we don't
packet.
have a proposal. Okay,
that's
so.
why we're saying we don't
right.
have it.
And see, this is what we're saying here. There's a grant that's been applied for, evidently by you, Ms. Andoja, for $2 million with a 20% match that we find out about tonight. So we can't, as a council, make a fiscally sound decision on anything if we're blindsided, right? So
Would you not
back
agree-
to the point I think that Mr. Ogier is making is procedurally, now when I was town administrator, unless something's changed, which is very possible in the ordinances or the charter, I was required to get permission from the town council for anything over and above $1,000. If it was an emergency, that was a different story. But, so I don't know where this $5,000 comes from, you know, this cap, this limit, this amount. And what I want to do is exactly what Mr. Ogier is saying, looking at procedurally this case and going forward, what are we supposed to be doing? Are you supposed to be coming to us for something from $5,000 over? Do you have the administrative ability to purchase something from $1 to $4,999? It is not in our ordinances. It is not in our charter. Now,
I think it is.
state law allows you to go out to bid for specific things. However, state law also states that if the state law is more stringent, I mean, if the town law is more stringent than the state law, then that is the one we follow. So we don't have a $5,000 limit. If someone can show it to me, I am a big person. I will apologize right here. However, okay, Gary's going to show it to us.
Yes. Let it keep going.
Mr. Zwolinski, what do you mean let her keep going? This is a procedure. It's not our money. We have to make a
I said let it keep
decision.
going. You have the floor. Let it keep going.
No, we have to make a decision based on fact,
Yes,
right?
yes.
And the question was asked by Mr. Ogier, are we procedurally following the right course? What's the answer?
So, procedurally, Council President and Council Beauregard and I had a conversation with Ms. Andoja.
Mhm.
And because there were two grants, one was due March 7th, which was Phase 2 of St. Paul Street with a 20% match. Now, the second one, which, if you'll allow me to finish, because I tried to talk about this and you stopped me. March 17th, there was another one applied for Hallowell. We've heard discussion in here, we discussed potential use of Hallowell. There was, first of all, let me go deeper than that. There was a possibility to get demolition at Hallowell, but it would have taken probably until February of 2024 to get get the approval and get the funds. So because of expediency, we didn't pursue that one. The second one was a grant that was applied for on the 17th at Congressman Cicilline's office for $1 million for passive recreation at the Hallowell property. And that was discussed with Council President and Council Beauregard. What would we do at Hallowell? And those were the things. Things such as splash pads were talked about, pickleball courts, basketball courts, community gardens, irrigation, all of that type of things were discussed. That's what the grant was submitted for on March 17th. So you can ask your two colleagues if they were in on that conversation.
Being in on a conversation and giving permission and having the full council give a vote for it, I think are two different things. I mean, we have conversations, people
Moving
have
forward,
conversations.
if you have a full-time grant writer and we have timeframes, the reason Ms. Androsia was hired for that 1 month period was to meet these timeframes. That's why she was hired for 1 month.
But what I'm saying to you is, do you not see that you went out and did that without consulting anyone?
Well, let
You
me
did,
repeat.
no one
We had a
said that they
conversation.
wanted those splash pads and things at Hallowell. We had discussions about potential opportunities there. We said, and we thought, maybe we won't have an edifice there. Maybe we will not have a brick and mortar there. There was no discussion about, Mr. Zawinski, could you please hurry up and go get something because that's what we want right now. There was nothing.
I don't know,
With-
I don't understand why you're not following what I'm saying. Ms. Androsia was hired for a month because of timelines. There was two
right.
grants. The 7th it was due, and the 17th. And there's another one at the end of the month, by the way, coming up.
But there's no game plan. There's
I
no, there's no,
disagree with you.
there's no
That's
game
exactly the
plan.
point. We had a conversation
Jeez.
up here on grants.
Kim,
I just learned of 4 different opportunities that your administration has applied for that have not been mentioned. This council needs to know if we are going to be spending money fiscally for a grant or a match. You're trying to say that this council, by not approving this request, is against grants, and that is not the case. This black and white, yes, no, right, wrong, like, you can have two things be true at the same time. You can say, I want to follow things procedurally like every other town does, or you can say, and still say, I think I can approve a grant writer for $5,000 a month, knowing that those grants are exactly what this council and the town wants. I mean, we talked about also going for grant writing for Hallowell and master planning and paying for the master planning costs. We just spent $60,000 there for it. I mean, that's potentially money that we could have got back that the master plan would have then allowed us to have a long-term, big-picture plan as to what we wanted to do in that space. It sounds like unilaterally we are determining what is best and not best for the town. And I just think the council and what I've been hearing is that we just want to be brought in on the conversation. That is all. So that we can have you're not getting 1 or 2 people, you're getting 5 thoughts. Because we spend a lot of time, and I think that's where some of the frustration is coming from.
There's a lot of frustration here, Counselor. I agree with that. There was a 1 month grant, hired Ms. Androsia for 1 month because of a time frame to meet these applications. She's met those applications, she's met those timelines. Now, if you care to ask the council president and the council Beauregard, we discussed this with Ms. Androsia. What did we think would go down? So please don't say it was unilateral, Councilor Hamilton. It wasn't a unilateral decision on my part. I sought and had the input of 2 council members.
I mean,
That's where it is. Now, did I come before the board? We would have missed 2 grant applications
Well,
in that time frame.
we could have had a special meeting, first of all. We've done it in the past, so procedurally again. And I think some of the frustration comes is I found out all about this from like NRI Now at Valley Breeze, and I don't think that's the way somebody sitting on the council should find out the information. So we get asked questions. I mean, Paul, you sat over here not long ago. I mean,
miss it.
I'm sure you do. But you could understand if it was the other way, it was flipped. I've seen you ask those questions in the past. So I think it's just bringing it in and having a more general, bigger picture conversation as to what grants, if we do go out and hire a grant writer for 4 months, what grants do we actually want to target? What is the priority over those 4 months? Or does it make sense to wait until the summer? I know grants come up, things change, but I just think there's not a lot of clarity on where we're going moving forward. And I think if we can get some clarity, then I think it resolves some of the questions that are up here.
And especially if you're utilizing taxpayer dollars for any portion of it, I think it would require that the public know, in a discussion like this, what we're thinking ahead of time. It's the only right thing to do.
Mrs. Zelinski, if you spent the $5,000 and you got us $1 million plus, I think the public's going to be very pleased with the decision that we made to hire her for 1 month. And the decision was made, I'm going to explain, give a little quick history. I already explained last time, I got an email from Lucian Benoit. He said, oh, look, check out what's going on in North Providence. Check out this grant writer, Lisa Andoja. Never met her before. I did a little homework, come to find out she's not only in North Providence, she was doing grants and very successfully in Smithfield, Cumberland, Lincoln. So I reached out to her. I asked her if she would be interested in coming before the council and speaking to the council and possibly, obtaining her services. She said to me, we established the meeting was what, it was like the 8th or the 9th, the meeting, the council meeting, either way. She said, oh, it's too bad that the meeting's on that day because I have 2 deadlines. I have some really nice grants that would really suit your needs, because I know you guys have water issues, but the problem is the deadline is before that. So I went to the administrator, Zelinski, and I said, this grant writer wants to come before the council. I know I know the procedure is to bring it before the council, and he knew the procedure to bring it before the council, but there was a deadline that had to be met, okay? So wouldn't it be a shame to pass up an opportunity to get a $2 million grant because of a procedural situation that he addressed by bringing me and the president into it? It was a deadline that had to be met, so there were extenuating circumstances. And guess what? The grant's been filed, and hopefully we get it.
But John, I think going back to on the agenda where I had a list of the grants that we're applying for, we probably knew on the 6th, was that when the meeting was?
Mm-hmm.
On the 6th that we were going to be applying for these grants. So we could have had a more informed discussion that night that would not have held up anything procedurally. I mean, there was nothing stopping you, Paul, from saying, hey, I'm going to want to spend $5,000 to hire her for 1 month. We could have put her on retainer for, no.
The two grants that she did prior to the council meeting.
I understand, on the 6th. So does this go into February then? Like when did we first contract?
Days
Was it the
before,
first?
like a day before the council meeting was the deadline for
Right,
the
so we
grant.
could have still had the conversation when we brought Ms. Andoja up here and we're talking and vetting out and saying, oh, this sounds great, let's go for the proposal and see what the next steps would be. We had no idea that there was actually grants that were being applied for already. I had no idea she was already on service with the town.
1 month.
Right, but you could see, I had no idea during that meeting when you brought the idea on the agenda to have a conversation about the work that she's done and to consider hiring on the 6th. She was already I'm going to use employed, but it's not the right word. She was already under service for us. Am I not wrong?
No, you're not.
So it just would have been good to know at that time that
But
we
you
are
wanna have
actively
an
seeking.
agenda, unless you want to have a special, and you'd have to post it 48 hours, I don't think the time would have facilitated that with an agenda item.
Well, if
Could
we
have been a
don't fi-
talking point at that
But
point.
maybe
We can
I'll-
add
next
to the
time,
agenda any
maybe hear
night.
from the council president what.
Yeah,
the
I mean,
council president has to
Yeah,
say.
and Paul, you can sit there. I mean, how many times did I say in that conversation, I don't feel comfortable doing this without the town council? And how many times did you say to me, this is really kind of a courtesy call because I can
It's a
authorize.
courtesy call.
Right,
I
that's
said
what you,
it was a time-sensitive issue.
and that you already had the authorization to do it and you were just giving me the heads up, right? That's what you said.
No, I did
And
not.
please don't deny you
Oh,
said
no,
that.
Kim, I
Okay.
said, there's a time
And then the last call we
constraint.
had, I said, at the end of the call, you said, so which way are we going on this? I said, please send me an email so I can read it, because I don't want to be, I want to look at this and I'll answer you back. And I didn't get an email, so I didn't answer anything back on the last conversation we had, because I didn't receive an email. So, I don't know what else to say. I mean, I told you numerous times on the call that I was not comfortable with it. And you said, I have the authorization. You didn't need my yes or no, and you know you said that.
You didn't give me a no, Counselor.
You said, I really don't need you to say yes.
So, solicitor, do we have information that, because we're going on here?
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, I'm just looking
We're
at the
wasting.
chart, again, there's 3 pieces of information, right? First and foremost is state law, anything, but that's got to do with contracts.
That's not
Right.
this.
So you're not talking
But
about contracts.
I am not.
There's nothing specifically about the authority of an administrator to make contracts except to move money within the budget.
Correct.
But I don't know, I'm looking at this on my phone, I didn't know this issue was an issue. It's not on the agenda, so totally not prepared for this issue. But, we can research it to give you an answer. On the spot, I don't want to give you an answer you can rely on, but normally, the budget is passed by the council, and the administrator can move funds within that budget from line item to line item as necessary, but the idea of a totally different line item that's not in the budget, I don't think the charter allows you to do that.
No, I'm almost 100% sure, but again, if I'm proven wrong, I will certainly make,
So then if this is also a budget question, what budget transfer took place or will take place to facilitate the $5,000? Did we even have a grant writer? Because I didn't even know if the town approved a grant writer last year. Did they? Okay. Because I didn't see it mentioned in any of the
so
minutes.
yes, there
from
is
the
a budget line item, right, but what I'm saying, is there authorization for is there a dollar amount, a cap, a limit that I've seen in our charter is 1,000?
Yeah, but that thousand's got to do with bidding requirements. That's got to do with bidding requirements. The charter is very outdated. It's got to do with bidding. Anything for $1,000 or more must go out to bid under your charter for supplies and labor. It says those kinds of things.
And services, and services. It says
except
services.
Professional services. But that's the confusion. State law only allows architects and engineers, so professional services is a little bit more of a wider berth
Right.
in your charter. So your charter is more liberal, not more strict, when it comes to professional services. State law, it's architects, engineers, and attorneys. Your charter says professional services. That definition could go beyond that.
I think that's why knowing or having these conversations on the 6th, when we were talking about the services that Ms. Andoja was going to provide, there was nothing stopping us from that night. I mean, we were already meeting till 1 o'clock in the morning. We could have had another conversation about these are the grants that we're going to be already applying, and we've already have her on retainer. There was nothing stopping that. I mean, we were under the perception that she was, at least I was, that she was going to be submitting a proposal, which apparently she submitted and it isn't in our packets. So I don't know how, you see where I'm coming from, David. Like, I'm just trying to understand where
You're
the
asking
confusion.
me a specific question. I'm telling you what the contract, I don't know anything about proposals and that.
Yeah, no, I know.
particular case. But as far as the contract is concerned, you got 3 rules. The state law limitation, with all the exceptions, your local charter, and you also have a bidding ordinance. You have a local charter provision, and your charter doesn't have an amount in it. It just says all bidding provisions, and it says except for professional services. Your ordinance says $1,000 or
Yes.
more.
It does,
State law says 10,000.
right. So,
But state law has a bunch of exceptions. The MPA, sole services, architects, engineers, and.
right, but as you stated before, if the town law is more stringent than the state law, we go by this town law. So,
That's correct.
so would you be able to research that
Yeah,
for us, please,
It
and
is.
find out? Thank
That's
you.
gonna be easy to do, but it's not gonna answer the question you're asking. You're asking whether or not the administrator can really access to some of that $20,000 without council approval. That's the question, right? That, if there was there's 20,000, I didn't know there was 20,000, I'm just hearing that, just like you. There's $20,000 on a line item, then theoretically, you've put $20,000 in a line item for a grant writer. The administrator, I guess, hired the grant writer for a month, submits a grant writer's bill, it's within your budget. It's within your budget. I guess it goes on bills and payments of bills.
So I guess we need to know what account that.
Right, I'm just throwing that out. I mean,
'Cause-
I'm not getting into the finance aspect until I just heard that, but
Right,
if there was
'cause-
no line item, then there'd be nothing to draw upon.
Because when I went back and looked at the meeting minutes for the budget, there was no line item that was referenced for
I know
20,000.
nothing about
So I'm just,
finance, Colin.
yeah, I'm just looking at you, David, that's all.
I don't wanna be answering the finance
So we would need to know then what budget or line item that 20,000 fell from.
It's part of the professional services under general government.
Well, that's, okay. That's vague. Thank you, though.
Well, Mr. Igliozzi, that's Mr. Igliozzi. Mr. Zelinski, I'm sorry you got smacked down over trying to do something good. You did the right thing. We have money in right now for grants, possible grants. Hopefully they come through, and then you can, if they do come through, then you can stand up and spike the ball. And I will be glad to help you do it.
John, I think we need to get away from that mentality, first of
Well,
all. I mean,
That's exactly
I have
what's
the
going on
floor.
here, Doug.
I have
It's
the
just
floor. I have the
political. It's just
floor.
political.
I have the
That's
floor.
the only reason why.
But again, you're making it sound like we are against the grant writer.
You're
And
not.
no one has come up here and said that, but that's how it's being perceived as, by saying he can get up here and spike the ball. I mean, that's like, what, I told you so, I got you?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that's, again, you're making assumptions and assuming that's how we all think, and I think we need to get away from that. If we're really here for the best interest of the town, we shouldn't be afraid of these conversations, and quite frankly, we should be having more of them. It means that we're being transparent, doing our due diligence, we're making sure that things are followed, and that no one's saying stop and slow down because, you know, we want to bog down in conversation. I just think we need to get away from that type of mentality, and we talk about being collaborative and, you know, and working together. And I think that having these types of conversations, it's nothing personal. I think it's just we need to be not afraid to have them and know that it's for the best interest of the community as a whole.
If we were really serious about, if you're concerned about the community, then you'd realize a $60,000, the return on a $60,000 investment could be astronomical, and that would be, wow, that's a great return. If you would you do that in your personal life? Would you invest $60,000 to get $1 million plus?
That's a vague question because you don't know what the future other expenses are. So we go out for the Hallowell, for the community center, right, with the multi-generational. We still have not seen what does it cost to operate that thing? Who's operating it? What do the future expenses look like? What does a budget look like for that on a year-over-year basis? There's a lot of what-if variables that have not been taken into consideration. And while I applaud the grant, and I think it's great, I think that it's still, yes, I think anyone on your question would say, yes, that makes sense. But you don't know what else is out there with it. I mean, what happens if it costs more money to run than it is of a benefit? I mean, again, no one can make those decisions by themselves. I just think what the conversation has been here tonight is that the whole council gets brought up and up to speed. That's all.
So with the future of grant writing now, because the town has been awarded $4 million for the multi-generational Scottish Hall addition, it also positions the town in a better spot to apply for other community development block grants. Maybe, with time, town council can decide to say to the grant writer, can you use CDBG money? Can you get a bus? Can you get a driver? Can you bring in these experts? Can you help folks with tax preparation? Can you bring in nurses to do blood pressure screening? These are the type of things Aging Well does. These are the type of things that other agency does, and we could certainly apply for grants. But as Mr. Beauregard said, you just can't wait and call them in at the last moment. Now, on the agenda, you have the discussion by council vote or other action on request for proposal for grant writer. Is that something you're going to entertain tonight to move forward?
So we're still on item G, though.
Yeah, but going back, well, they get.
Well, yeah,
vacillating back
they've
and
kind of,
forth.
we're on
We're on
a
both
new
of
letter here.
We're on both of them. So that basically, is that something that Council Beauregard and I put down there? Would you consider a request for a proposal for a grant writer? Now,
So-
if you want to go back to G, we can get back into that conversation.
I think we have to get back to G just because that's the agenda item that we're on before we can move on to F.
So, I heard it said, and I don't mean to be redundant, but I heard it said when we asked, do we have the money? The assistant finance director at that time says, yes, we have for 4 months. That's a $20,000 budget item for a grant writer. 5 times 4 is 20,000.
But Paul, you already hired her.
I know.
That's
For 1
where,
month.
that's where it just would have been nice to know when she was giving a presentation saying, hey, I'm gonna bring her on board. I don't think people will disagree that bringing on board and
Counsel,
getting money, you know what I'm saying?
At
It's
this
just
point-
playing devil's
At this point,
advocate.
I agree with you.
Right, I mean, it's just, that's all I'm saying, it just would have been nice to know that we were already, that her services were already being offered and being worked, so that we could get money for a water line extension, et cetera, right? It just would have been nice to know, and I think that's where some of the frustration comes from, that's all.
May I say something, please? Concerning this? First of all, Lisa Andozier isn't a stranger. She was reared in this town, was educated in this town. Her parents still live in this town. It was a year and a half ago, someone, your name had come up and what you were doing, and I contacted you, and we spoke about what you were doing, et cetera. And I said, I'd really like to see something like this in our town. And then I did call other places that you've done work for, professional work for. And over, it was like, we're lucky to have her. And she said something when she was at this last meeting. I look at a town, and I find what they need, and I look out there. That, in essence, may not be word for word. And I said, and this is what you're asking for tonight, in essence. I'm sorry. It kind of came out this way for you tonight. But whatever it goes, whichever way it goes, I'm glad you gave us a shot.
Yeah, sure.
Just before as she walks up there, you can go up. I'm just going to have to extend the meeting, that's all.
We're only supposed to extend once.
Yeah, I know. Well,
We're not.
we need to shorten some of these agendas.
Thank you for the opportunity to come up and have a conversation. I work with municipalities who, like yourself, are trying to organize how they can fulfill their fiduciary responsibility to their constituents. And it begins with identifying funds for items that are in the budget so they can be done by grant resources. And this evening, I had the opportunity to sit and actually listen to some motions that were presented. One was for a $60,000 expenditure for a plan. I can share with you, there is a grant opportunity coming up from Rhode Island Commerce at the end of the month on the 29th for $125,000 for site preparedness. That could be for a plan for that. It could be for engineering study or plan or some partial demolition for Hallowell. Any of your priorities. I work with a community to identify what the priorities are. You spoke about the multi-generational center, the Office of Aging and Elderly Affairs, Councilwoman Hamilton, you know best, being in the corner office. There's money there for social services, there's money there for staff, there's money there for health screenings for the elderly population. That will take care of a partial budget item. St. Paul Street was a unique opportunity for the safety, the public safety of constituents, because you need additional fire suppression in that neighborhood. That's an issue. That's a public safety issue. They're currently getting their water from a municipality, as we all know, outside of the state, who doesn't have the wherewithal. This is a public health issue. And so when I work with a municipality, respectfully, it takes a team. And I would first look at, number one, fulfilling what you requested of me. You requested two things. When we left here, Councilwoman Hamilton asked me to put together a report, to find out a report. Where do we stand with grants? It wasn't on my watch. Diligently, I worked with Mr. Carullo and Mr. Zwolinski, and I actually have that together, and I'd like to hand it out. Secondly is the proposal, I put the proposal together. And this here just has basically the grants that have been secured to date, the copy for each one, the amount that's been secured. Is a match required, and then what's the status? So for St. Paul Street, there's outreach that's required with the EPA to actually draw down this funding. With the last item, North Smithfield multi-generational facility, CDBG is going to be out probably in the next 2 months. You can apply up to $1 million for your match.
there is no match?
Oh, excuse me, yes, you're correct. It could be an additional, okay, so an additional $1 million, because I believe this project was, the total cost was $5 million.
Yeah, that's a question I have while we're talking about that. Do you know why, if we had a $5 million project, we only applied for $4 million?
That's a really great question,
I'm
because
very-
Congressman David Cicilline, actually, he secured $22 million in congressional earmarks.
Right.
And I am so proud of my hometown of North Smithfield. With East Providence, you received the highest award, $4 million. That is exceptional.
No.
Why didn't you get $5 million? Because you were one of the 15 priorities, and you're one of the highest in
Oh,
awards.
Right, right. No, I'm saying when the letter of intent was sent to get the funding to write the grant,
Yeah.
it was specifically put in there that it was a $4 million ask with a $1 million contribution from the town.
In all fairness, that wasn't done on my watch, so unfortunately,
Yeah,
I can't
so-
respond.
Okay, that's very curious to me, so.
But there are grant opportunities. If the town is not in a position where you feel like you're prepared, there's a lot of funding out there that can be done without taxpayer dollars. And all of my clients enjoy it. And if the town is not prepared respectfully, I'm fine with it. It's been a thrill to work here for a month. I'm in a great place.
Ms. Andoja, I don't think that's what anybody is necessarily saying. It's not against you or the work that you do. I've been asking for something like this for over a month. So you can see where the frustration comes from for the lack of transparency in terms of potential grant opportunities. And now some of these I know come up. Bills get passed at the federal level, new things come up. Some of these look like they're congressional. But it seems like we're always finding out, as Mr. Beauregard said, it's political. So this shouldn't be that hard to say, hey, the last meeting on the 6th, you probably knew you were going for the St. Paul Street extension, right?
Yes.
So, again, that proves my case. We should have talked about it then. I don't think anybody was going to get up here and say, don't go for the $1.175 million grant, which is being perceived as is that we're saying, no, don't extend water. I serve as the chair of the Water Supply Review Committee. I am going to tell you, I am for clean drinking water in this town. This town has a history of not taking care of it.
But I think we
But
would have
I
asked
think it's just
with a
being
match.
diligent in finding out, asking
Yeah.
the right questions.
Right.
Is there a match? Is there not a match? Like, what are some of the specifications? What are the obligations of this town going forward so that we can have a more big picture informed discussion? Not anything to say, you're not doing a good enough job and, we shouldn't work with you. That's a different conversation that I don't think we're having. I think we're just trying to find out procedurally what is the plan and what are the priorities.
I concur with you. I think there should be a methodology, and I think the methodology should be with grants, state and federal grants, you do not get enough notice. With Rhode Island Commerce, it was sent out 3-week notice. Both grants are due on the same day. That's highly unusual. It's March 29th. There's 2 grant opportunities. One is for up to $500,000 for Main Street. Anything around a business center. I know you have a couple of areas that could definitely apply for that. That would include crosswalks, lighting, sidewalks, and so that would be one potential grant, and the other one is the site readiness. And how I work with clients is as soon as they come out, I email the grant opportunity, and I share what the deadline is, what the criteria is, and what the match is. So you're aware of it in advance. I then will tell you, okay, these are future grants that are going to be coming out this year that you could potentially leverage as a match if you secure the grant. So it's like putting a puzzle together.
I agree.
Yeah. Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank is another wonderful, wonderful resource. Over $600 million for the next 5 years is going to be going through that with the federal infrastructure bill. So that's another wonderful resource. And I think for members of the council and I think for the town, this is a brand-new endeavor. And I think what has worked very successfully in the past is I'm a great communicator. As soon as they come out, I send it to my clients. I'll give them the link so they know what all the details on it. And it's just seamless communication.
I agree that communication could improve. But, you know, in the example you say mentioning about sidewalks, right? I think this town should have more sidewalks. But there's a trade-off to that, right? I mean, we can't even maintain our roads. So now you're talking about maintaining sidewalks. We should be looking to do it, but we need to make sure that we have a plan that we can maintain. We have a problem maintaining things that we do. And so that's where some of these additional conversations, it's not so much the grants, it's the maintenance, what's the impact to the taxpayer. You know, we talked about a 3 to 5 year forecast with tax rates. All these things should be taken into consideration so that we know what exactly we're committing ourselves to. That's all.
Completely understood. In addition, it's just not sidewalks, it's crosswalks, which
Right.
is a safety
No,
issue.
I
Yeah,
support those
lighting.
types of things.
Yeah.
It's just having a more comprehensive look at things. that's
Sure.
all.
I appreciate your time. I hope everyone has a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
What's left?
Thanks, so we've got 5 minutes.
So what are we doing here? Are we still on IMG?
So we're on F now?
So, item G, so it sounds like, do we even need to make a motion for item G?
I think you should vote on it.
So, again, I'm gonna say this again. If we have to vote on it, it should come to the council beforehand.
I agree.
Someone could make an argument, this may,
What are we voting on if it's already been?
That's what I.
right, well, that's why I'm confused,
Right.
right? If we're worried about that it should be council approved, it should come to the council first. I think that's fair.
I agree.
So there's no vote to be taken.
No, I recommend that you vote on it.
What are we voting on?
I would recommend that you approve the 1-month contract to avoid any legal issues.
Okay. All right, I'll make a motion that we approve a 1-month contract to retain Lisa Andoja from Rosewood Consulting as a grant writer for 1 month, approving the already expended funds from the $20,000 line item in the budget.
I'll second.
So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I guess, can I just clarify what the dates are?
Yeah, that'd be good to know.
March 1st to March 31st.
So that leads me to another question, if that's okay. Are any of these grants gonna carry over into April? Like any of the grants that you may be working on? No. Okay. There's just 2 additional ones from Rhode Island Commerce. That do the 29th? Okay, thanks.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes?
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
Okay, last item.
Are we on F now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Discussion by council vote or other action on request for proposal for grant writer. Mr. Biragad, Mr. Zelinski.
Yeah, I would just, I mean, we talked enough. I would just really like to make a motion that we instruct the town to go out for a proposal, an RFP for a grant writer.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion. I'm making a motion that we instruct
Second.
Mr. Zelinski to go out for an RFP for a grant writer.
I second that motion.
So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Discussion, so when you go out for an RFP, what specifically, is it just all grants?
I'm sorry?
Is there all grants in the RFP? Is there like a scoring system or rubric? I'm not as familiar with an RFP for a grant writer.
No, I mean, we're gonna
So-
see I mean, each person's gonna come around with their own resume and their own abilities and what their practice is.
Okay.
So we gotta evaluate each one separately. But I will say this, was a comment made earlier about someone getting, based on, what's the word?
Scoring?
No, based on, they get a percentage of the grant, so somebody mentioned that.
Oh.
That's against the law. Apparently, you can't do that for federal grants.
That's correct, you can't.
That's true.
So I just think it would be good in the RFP if we have like a particular grant or project or area that we're looking at. I don't know how it looks. Maybe we can look at another community, engage it.
But
I
that
just-
could
I
change
just-
tomorrow.
Yeah, but I just think having an RFP for a grant writer, like I can't imagine it's just like a blank, like, hey, we want a grant writer, send us your resumes type situation. I mean, maybe it is. I could be speaking out of turn here. What does the RFP look like? That's all. Or we just approving a blank RFP and it's up to the administrator to write it. Like, who's writing the RFP? Would it be you?
It would be somebody who's experienced, right, it would be RFP, the actual content, or it's going to be somebody who is experienced with state and federal agencies, I probably would advise doing it over 10 years of experience. So you're not getting someone who may be a junior for that, but somebody who's highly seasoned and experienced. I would actually ask them for.
Lisa, do you
Yeah.
mind speaking into the microphone? Do you mind starting
Well,
again?
I think we can get an RFP
Yeah.
from another community.
Making sure
you
we have
know?
the right
Yeah,
qualifications.
yeah, so those are very good, highlights. I think we can get one from someone that's done it recently, for instance, or in the recent past, and we'll pass them along to you, and you can take a look at that and change the names to protect the innocent. Somebody's phone?
Yeah, mine.
Oh, dear God. Okay, somebody's telling him it's time to go.
No, my daughter.
Oh.
All right, so did we do a roll call on that?
No.
Seconded by Mr.
Ogier.
Ogier.
Roll call?
No, wait a minute, go,
Oh,
say that
sorry,
again?
sorry.
It was
I
John
lied.
who made
I made the motion.
Sorry.
Ms.
I
O'Hara.
mean, the other
I
one.
seconded it.
Sorry.
Was Mr.
This is
Biragad?
by, motion made by John
Yes.
and DJ second for
No.
discussion.
No.
No, it
Claire
was
seconded.
Claire.
Claire seconded.
I discussioned. So
Claire
Claire
seconded.
seconded it, and then I had discussion.
Claire seconded,
Okay. Losing my mind then.
just probably didn't hear her. All right, so now we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Mr. Alves.
Yes. We have more executive session.
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting to 11:30.
Executive session, number 3, Bel Air. Oh, sorry, second. Further discussion, roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. All right, back to executive session. Discussion by council vote or other action.
Oh, wait, open.
Pursuant Rhode Island General Law 42465A2, sessions pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation, or work sessions pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation or potential litigation. 3, Bel Air Realty LLC, Anthony J. Delvicario versus Town of North Smithfield Zoning Board of Review. Robert Najarian in his capacity of chairman as the Town of North Smithfield Zoning Board of Review. Scott Martin in his capacity as vice chairman of the Town of North Smithfield Zoning Board of Review. Paul Pasquarello in his capacity as a member of the Town of North Smithfield Zoning Board of Review. Michael Amlafatano in his capacity as a member of Town of North Smithfield Zoning Board of Review. Gail Denomi in her capacity as member of Town of North Smithfield Zoning Board of Review. Cynthia DeJesus in her capacity as Town Treasurer for the Town of North Smithfield. Town of North Smithfield as a municipal entity, case number PC 2022-00446. And number 4, potential litigation.
Is item B under executive session? David? David?
Yes, sir.
Is item B under executive session too?
Item B?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And B, discussion by council vote or other action pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 4246-5A7, a matter related to the question of the investment of public funds where the premature disclosure would adversely affect the public interest. North Smithfield Town Council in its capacity as Town Council and as Water Commissioners for Slatersville Water System regarding the potential investment of public funds for the installation of a water line in North Smithfield, subject to a water connection and sales agreement with the City of Woonsocket.
I'll make a motion and we go into executive session.
Is there a second?
Second?
Roll call, please.
Yes.
Ms. Hamilton.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Ogier.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
I'll make a motion that we come out of executive session. Let the record reflect that one vote was taken and to seal the minutes.
Second?
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
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 And then I'll make a motion to adjourn.
All
Second?
Aye.
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 Aye.